The program will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Rise and look around you, and you might see just who you are. On a clear day, how it will astound you. The glow of your being outshines every star you feel part of. You might hear from far and near a world you've never heard before, but on that clear day, on that clear day, you might see forever and ever and evermore. I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn your lamps down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark. That's the thrill on fire now. Well, I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. That's the thrill on fire now. Well, I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Come fly with me, come fly, let's fly away. If you could use that exotic booze, well, there's a bar in Baba Bay. Come fly with me, let's take off in the blue. Come fly with me, let's go down to Peru. In Llama Land, there's a one-man band, and it's food for you. It's so perfect for that flying honeymoon. Once I get you out there where the air is very fine, you just fly starry-eyed. Once I get you out there, I'll be holding you so near. You might hear angels cheer, 'cause we're together. Such a lovely day. Oh, just say the word and we'll beat the birds down to Acapulco Bay. It's so perfect for that flying honeymoon. They say, come fly with me. Take to the sky with me. Fly away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you.
I guess you're wondering where I've been. I searched to find a love what is wrong with me. Why I'm in a daze from your love I see. I came back to let you know, got a thing for you, and I can't let it go. You know I only want the best, it's true. I can't believe the things I do for you. What do you want to do for love? I tried everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Why I'm in a daze from your love I see. And I came back to let you know, got a thing for you, and I can't let it go. You know I only want the best, it's true. I can't believe the things I do for you. What do you want to do for love? I try everything, goodbyes left me with eyes that cry. How can I go on, dear, without you? Hey, you took the part, it was my heart. So why not take all of me? Why not take all of me? just can't fake it. For some ungodly reason, we just won't let it die. I guess neither one of us wants to be the first to say goodbye. I'm gonna do without you. And I guess you must be wondering that same thing too. So we'll go on together, living a get in my way. Lord, it's only me. Lord, He knows it's only me that I'm deceiving. When it comes to saying goodbye, that's a simple word that I just cannot say. No way we could have a happy ending, so we'll just go on hurting and pretending and convincing ourselves to give it one more try. Neither one of us wants to be the first to say it. Neither one of us wants to be the first to say, farewell, my love, goodbye. Really got to use my imagination to think of good reasons to keep on keeping on. I've got to make the best of a bad situation. Ever since that day, ever since I found out you were gone. Darkness all around me, blocking out the sun. Oh, friends call me, but I just don't feel like talking to anyone. Emptiness inside me, but it just won't let me go. I go right on living, why I just don't know. understood such a sad, sad season. When a good love dies, I realize I've really got to use my imagination and think of good reasons to keep on keeping on. I got to make the best of a bad situation. Ever since that day, ever since I found out you were gone, I really got to use my imagination and think of good reasons to keep on pushing on. I got to make the best of a bad situation. Ever since that day, ever since I found out you were gone. Yes, I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's 49th Annual Phoenix Awards Dinner. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
a day made. This day has been made an historical one. We atone, we celebrate, we recommit. We will be heard. We will move forward from this place. The fight for full justice for all races in this country will continue.
I told you I spent my first 6 years of school in special ed. A little black boy, and they said I'd never be a damn thing. They said I'd probably never be able to read or write. But that happened to a lot of little black boys when I was growing up. It was like a place to put us. And then eventually I got to Howard University. And Ron Walters was one of the first people I met. Ron taught me not only the book knowledge, but he told me how to think, and how to think big picture, and how to realize that it was bigger than me. He would constantly ask me, Elijah, picture the world you want to see in 5 years. Picture the world you want to see in 10 years. And how can you use what you're learning to change it?
Mid-60s, Tougaloo College was a hotbed of civil rights. Martin Luther King Jr. was a frequent visitor. Stokely Carmichael, Rap Brown, every major civil rights figure found solace on that campus. I cut my teeth there. The first campaign that I worked in, Fannie Lou Hamer campaign for Congress. The seat I now hold was solely because of this lady having the nerve to run for Congress. So I basically started there, and I've been elected pretty much ever since.
When I came with the idea that fools rush in where angels feel the tread. So I tried to get with the people who have been here, ask them how to move through this circle to get things. I came to get things done. I didn't care whether I was on television. What I cared about is whether or not I was making a difference for people back home.
One of the things that the Congressional Black Caucus did over and over and over again was put the needs and concerns and the issues confronting the African American community first. So often people talk around us and don't even confront our issues. So to be associated with a group of people who are absolutely brilliant and to be able to watch them and aspire to be like them is major. And everything that has happened to me up until this moment, and to the Congressional Black Caucus up until this moment, good, bad, and ugly, prepared us for this moment.
And the focus, in my judgment, and it's what I've expressed to the caucus members, in my judgment, the focus ought to be on those legislative acts for the benefit of this common community we represent.
The average American think that all we do is represent African Americans. We represent people. We represent human life and conditions. We're talking about all these neighborhoods. Some are rich and some are poor, that have poor environmental conditions. We want to change that.
Maxine Waters says something. I said to Maxine about a year ago, I said, Maxine, I get so frustrated because so many people ask what is the Congressional Black Caucus doing, and she looked me in the eye and she said, look, they don't understand all the things we stop from happening.
Even though the public does not know exactly what you have prevented, you know that that's your responsibility, whether or not people know what you're doing or even care about what you're doing. You know it's your responsibility to avoid the constituents and the consumers of this country from getting ripped off, from being undermined, from being taken advantage of. And so we do an awful lot of that. And we're protecting people oftentimes in ways that they never know.
We have many members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and by virtue of the numbers, we're represented on just about every committee. And every committee can do a little something to advance the cause. But the not having 55 members also gives you a substantial vote on the floor. It'd be unlikely that any close vote would not be affected by the switch in the Black Caucus votes. And so we have the numbers and we have the representation on committees, and we now have the seniority with the committee chairs to really make a difference, and it's our job to make that difference.
As chair, you make history by being the first black this, but you make a difference when you show how you are able to spread the wealth into the community that put you here. When I'm now chair of Homeland Security, when these companies come and try to convince me that they so happy that I'm chair and that when I won, they told their employees, oh, he's such a fine man. I said, look, you got to show me how many African Americans you got on your board of directors. You got to show me how many African Americans you got in the C-suite. You got to show me how many minority businesses you doing business with. So whatever you trying to convince me you are verbally, I want you to demonstrate it.
First of all, I've got to deal with the issues that confront our people on a day-to-day basis. And by the way, when I say our people, it's not just African Americans, it's all people. Prescription drugs, voting rights, ACA, the Affordable Care Act, all of those, we got to tweak that and make it the best that it can be. We got to make sure that government is not shutting down every 30 days, things of that nature. We can't have that. And that's another thing that I love about the Congressional Black Caucus. We get that. You can never tell us that you go to a grocery store and make arrangements with the grocer and he's going to work it out, your grocery bill. Like the guys in my neighborhood said, Mr. Cummings, what's up with that? Said, if I go to the grocery and say, I got a bag full of groceries, we'll work it out next week. They call the police on me. That's what this guy said in my community, and they're right. My point is, we've got to deal with people's problems.
As we continue to grow, greater expectations exist for us to do. We like to continue to expand because we want to make sure that there are people representing every part of the nation.
Some of my colleagues were worried about these so-called new progressives who are coming to Congress. I'm tickled to death because there's all kind of stuff that we need to do, and we can't do it all. So let's let these new bloods come on. Look, get us out the way. I want to be more for advice and counsel. You know, I'm tired of fighting this war every day. You get tired.
You got the Congressional Black Caucus. Can we do everything? No. Can we save everybody? No. But one thing we can do, I believe that every single member, and I mean this, of the Congressional Black Caucus, if we've got young people who want to get somewhere, we will knock down buildings trying to help them get to where they got to go. You know why? Because we see ourselves in them, and we want to be a part of their destiny, period.
Ladies and gentlemen, meet our MCs for the evening. Aisha Cisse is an award-winning journalist who hosted CNN News Center, headed the network's Africa reporting for 10 years, received a Gracie Award for Outstanding Anchor for her coverage of the Chibok Girls story. She is also the author of a new book entitled Beneath the Tamarind, which follows the Chibok Girls' harrowing story. Omar J. Dorsey is an American television and film actor. He has appeared in numerous films, including The Blind Side, Django Unchained, and Selma. In 2016, Dorsey began starring as Hollywood Designaire in the OWN drama series. His other TV roles have included ER, The Shield, The Mentalist, Castle, Rizzolian Isles, and NCIS, among many others. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Aisha Cisse and Omar Dorsey.
right, welcome everyone. If we could just get your attention, please, so we can settle down and start tonight's program. We're going to give it a few minutes, but if we could please be seated when possible so we can start, that would be much appreciated. All right, let's do this, shall we?
I think we should.
Okay, good evening. No, you can do better than that. There's so many of you in this room. You can be louder than that. Good evening.
Good evening.
All right. It is so wonderful to be in this room surrounded by Black excellence and beautiful Black love.
It's so great to be here. Aisha and I ran into each other yesterday and was talking about...
Don't say where.
I'm not going to say where,
okay.
But we ran into each other and we're just saying that we were just so honored that we were being MCs on this program. And it's just a real treat to share the stage with you.
Oh, the feeling is truly mutual, Omar. It is great to be here with you tonight.
Thank you. This conference theme, 400 years, our legacy, our possibilities, is a recognition of how far we've journeyed since the ancestors were brought here in chains in 1619. It is the knowledge that our excellence shines through no matter what the circumstances. Our history proves that despite the obstacles and the setbacks, we will never stop creating opportunities and envisioning new heights. This year's theme really inspires us to commit to collective action that we must take to remove every barrier, every injustice, every disparity that threatens to limit our possibilities.
That's right. So we spent the past few days in intense discussions about issues that impact our communities, preparing ourselves for the work ahead. Tonight we come together to lift up our leadership, to celebrate our heroes, to hear some really good music, and to have a great time. So let's get it started, everyone, by inviting the talented and beautiful Miss District of Columbia Outstanding Teen, Kiana Kelly Fudge, to sing the national anthem, followed by the Negro National Anthem.
Let's give her a warm welcome.
By the dawn's early light.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give her another round of applause? Wasn't she amazing?
Now we gotta live up to that, huh?
Yeah, I want to thank... Good luck. I want to thank Kiana for that beautiful and moving performance.
Definitely, definitely. Now, please welcome to the stage the mayor of this beautiful city, the Honorable Miriam Bowser.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Muriel Bowser, and I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm honored to join you this evening to welcome you to the best city in the world. I want to acknowledge all the members of the Council of the District of Columbia who have joined us. And on behalf of the 700,000 of us who live here, welcome. Tonight, we're here to celebrate the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's 49th Legislative Conference. We come together this year under the theme, 400 Years, Our Legacy and Our Possibilities. We all know about how powerful our legacy is. And we come together each year in recognition of the fact that we are really only just getting started. And one place for sure where we're not done yet is right here in Washington, D.C. As you might have heard this Thursday, I will be in front of this Congress at the hearing at 26 years in the making in the House of Representatives. I want to thank Congressman Elijah Cummings, the chairman of the Committee of Oversight and Reform, for holding this hearing to once and for all grant D.C. statehood so that we can be equal among our states. On Thursday, we will speak to our fellow Americans and let you know that it is only through statehood that we can fix the great injustice happening here in our nation's capital, where 702 Americans who pay taxes, many more than most states, don't have a single vote in the House of Representatives, and we don't have 2 senators. And it is only through statehood where we can finally realize the true promise of our democracy for Washingtonians. So this Thursday, I know Washingtonians will be with us. And I'm counting on each and every one of you to be with us too. Let me be the last mayor that goes to the Congress and asks for statehood, because we will be admitted as the 51st state.
I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser, for those wonderful words and that beautiful welcome.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I love this city. It may not be the so-called chocolate city of the 80s, 90s, or early 2000s, right? But there is no shortage of beautiful, intelligent, and talented Black people in this town. Am I right?
Amen, amen, and amen. And speaking of talented, intelligent, stunning Black women, we'd like to acknowledge one of our queens who is here tonight. Please help me recognize Miss Black America 2019, Ryan Richardson.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage an extra special guest, the President and CEO of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, Mr. David A. Hinson.
Thank you, Aisha Namar. Good evening, and welcome to the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation Phoenix Awards Dinner. I'd like to start by thanking Congresswoman Frederica Wilson and Congressman Butterfield for your excellent leadership as co-chairs of ALC 19. I also want to thank CBCF Board Chair Congressman Cedric Richmond, CBCF Chair Karen Bass, and the entire Congressional Black Caucus for your leadership and support. Our mission at the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation is to advance the global Black community by developing leaders, informing policy, and educating the public. We accomplish this through our Capitol Hill's fellowship and internship programs, our scholarship program, and our global immersion program. We have placed thousands of interns, hundreds of public policy fellows, and we have dispersed tens of millions of dollars in scholarship funds. Many of our former interns and fellows have earned senior level positions on Capitol Hill, in government agencies, and across corporate America. How good are our programs? One of our former interns who interned with then Senator Barack Obama later went on to win a highly competitive election to become the first millennial and youngest African-American woman to serve in Congress. Her name is Congresswoman Lauren Underwood from the 14th District of Illinois. I am proud and excited to share on the screen the 2019-2020 cohort of CBCF Fellows. And now I want to turn your attention to a video that speaks to the values of our leadership program. I hope it inspires you to make a contribution to the Text to Give program. Take a moment to text CBCF to 56512 to make a donation of any size. I want you to just think about who you want to be. Each and every one of you will decide the direction of this nation, and I really do hope you decide well.
The CBCF program ensures that people who look like me and you have a voice on Capitol Hill, and that when those decisions are being made, that we can be that voice for those communities who are so often left behind.
Listen up. When I'm dancing with the angels, I am depending on you to go out there and make a difference. I'm depending on you to save this democracy. I don't care who's in the White House. We are preparing you for a mission. You have been chosen. And understand that you have been chosen for greatness.
One of the crucial elements of the CBCF program is that it provides housing and a stipend to those who are accepted.
So this stipend basically allowed me to live in DC. It allowed me to commute to work. It allowed me to eat every day.
To offer money and assistance so that we can go beyond our wildest dreams is so empowering and it's so impactful.
Just giving this young African-American male a dream and hope that he can accomplish that.
Some people are telling us to go back. We're not going back. We're not going back. When people tried to register to vote, they told us to go back on the march from Selma. Go back. We kept moving. And as young people, you must keep moving. And to redeem the soul of America and create a beloved community. So I want to congratulate each and every one of you and say to you, you must never, ever give up.
And so I got on the Hill and I started as a staff assistant, then I became a special assistant, and now I'm a legislative aide, and I'm having the opportunity to put my hands on policy. And this year I was accepted to Harvard Law School, so I feel like this whole experience that I've been able to get is going to greatly impact my time in law school and also the work that I do after law school.
Even today, when I walk into a room, I carry the confidence with me of knowing that I'm prepared to take on whatever the next big task is. CBCF gave me that confidence, and now because of them, I dream bigger.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the next civic and servant leaders of our generation. I don't know about you, but we might get their autographs now because each and every one of them are off to do extraordinary things. cannot wait to see what is in store for you after you use our time on Capitol Hill to build your professional networks and open doors towards your future. I am confident that one day we will run this country.
Together, we can continue to increase diversity on Capitol Hill and equip future leaders in public service in our nation and around the world. Your support has placed more than 150 congressional fellows since 1976 and produced more than 1,500 alumni in our Leadership Institute for Public Service since 2000. Create opportunities. Give today at cbcfinc.org/invest.
A distinguishing feature of our internships and fellowships is that they are paid opportunities. While the norm on Capitol Hill is unpaid interns and fellowships, these opportunities are simply out of reach for many young people of color. CBCF paid fellowships are only possible through the generous support of our sponsors and contributors like you. I want to thank all of our wonderful sponsors for their support, and special thanks to Walmart and State Farm, who have been exceptionally generous and visionary in their contributions. However, our sponsors have done more than just give us money. They have challenged us to be a better institution. We got a call one day from one of our key sponsors who asked us a probing question. What is your environmental sustainability plan for ALC? I must admit, I had not given it much thought. That question prompted us to ask ourselves, how can we be more sustainable? The company that asked that question was Coca-Cola, represented by our board vice chair, Lori Billingsley. Coca-Cola is committed to leading the world in corporate environmental sustainability. Thank you so much, Lori. And this question challenged us to go green for ALC, so you may have noticed that you do not have a printed program. It is available to you digitally. Please go to your CBCF app or our website to access this evening's program. Now, I recently spoke with another sponsor. I was excited to share with him my vision for growing the foundation. However, his questions were not about my strategy. His questions were about my values and how they aligned with the CBCF mission. This extraordinary leader is Al Smith, Group Vice President of Toyota Motor North America. Please give Al a warm round of applause. Finally, I have gotten to know an exceptional senior executive who had challenged me to think about how CBCF fellows can make mobility more accessible and affordable for people of color. Pamela Alexander of the Ford Motor Company Fund, thank you for your leadership. And I wish I had more time to share more stories like these, but I want to illustrate the point that our sponsors and supporters make us better, and we appreciate you immensely. The very first CBC dinner was held in 1976. It was a resounding success. Almost 200 people attended, and the tickets were a whopping $100. Joining us tonight is one who has attended every single ALC dinner since then, and she is sitting with her good friend, Congressman G.K. Butterfield. Please recognize Dr. E. Livonia Allison. We also have some other special guests joining us this evening. These women and men are running for President of the United States. Let me take a moment and introduce you. CBC member, Senator Cory Booker. CBC member, and my college classmate, Senator Kamala Harris. Mayor Pete Buttigieg. Senator Amy Klobuchar. All right, Amy. Mr. Tom Steyer. Senator Elizabeth Warren. On behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, I want to thank you so much for joining us this evening.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to eat.
But before you start, please welcome Congressman Emanuel Cleaver, representing Missouri's 5th Congressional District. Reverend Cleaver will offer the invocation before the meal.
Let us listen to the words of the psalmist. Whisper, be still, and know that I am God. All-wise counselor, we approach your throne of mercy and ask that you would bless Congressional Black Caucus Foundation and the 55-member strong Congressional Black Caucus, as well as those who are here supporting us. We recognize the privilege of service we've been given, and we ask you, O great Jehovah, to guide us that we will use our power and influence wisely. We recognize, O God, that these are challenging times, so help us to love our nation with a holy love and an uncommon love of what must be done. And Lord, give us the courage that we might be able to stand flat-footed and unbent with strong resolve, so powerful that the hounds of hell cannot frighten it away. The shrill insults of a White House cannot harass it away. The sublime ignorance of climate change and science deniers cannot contradict it away. And the vulgarity of white nationalists cannot stink it away. Help us always to remember, God, that if we have enough of you in us, the darkness around us doesn't have a chance. In fact, Lord, empower us to live our truth, express our love, pursue our dreams, walk our walk, talk our talk, and sing your music. And may those, O God, who support us be given a great blessing. And those who do not support us, we ask, O God, that you turn their heads and their hearts. But if you cannot turn their hearts, Lord, please turn their ankles so that we will know them by their limps. We know, O God, that you have two dwelling places, one in heaven and two in the grateful hearts of human beings. So please, bless the food before us, the warriors beside us, and those who love us in this room with us. Assalamu alaikum, and God bless you.
Thank you so much for that, Reverend Cleaver. All right, then, let's keep this show moving. Please welcome to the stage the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation Board Chair, representing the 2nd Congressional District of Louisiana, Congressman Cedric Richmond.
Good evening. I want to begin by sending our love and well wishes to the people of the Bahamas who have been devastated by Hurricane Dorian. I know that our ALC co-chair, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, like many, many others within our constituencies, has family ties to the Bahamas. Although the Bahamas is not a U.S. territory, it is warm. Its warm and friendly people are part of the global black community that we seek to advance. So let's keep them in our prayers as well as our family and friends from the U.S. Virgin Islands, represented by our remarkable Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett. Next, I want to acknowledge my fellow board members. Would all the members of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation please stand so that we may recognize you? Give them a round of applause. Now, with the members of our Corporate Advisory Council, would you please stand so that we can all acknowledge your hard work and sacrifice? Again, I want us to thank the board members and the Corporate Advisory Board members, because when we talk about this commitment and their sacrifice, what we're really talking about is the money they raise so that we can do and fulfill the purpose we have of creating the next generation of leaders. So can we please give them a combined round of applause? Thank you. The theme of this year's conference, 400 years, our legacy, our possibilities, reflects the complex history of the African American experience since the first Africans were brought to Point Comfort, Virginia in 1619. Our journey has included real terror, pain, and suffering. Terror sometimes so thick and dark that it threatens to block out the sun of our mutual aspirations, and it all prevents us from perceiving, much less embracing, each other's inner and outer beauty. We have survived, we have struggled, and we have progressed. But we have never ceased to believe in the possibility of a better future. The Akan people of Ghana refer to the symbol of the Sankofa. It expresses the importance of reaching back for the lessons of the past and bringing them to the journey forward. Over the course of this year's conference, we have considered discouraging trends around disparities in health, wealth, education, and justice. And of course, we came to tackle those challenges that slow our progress and to consider promising new approaches. In the end, we must remember that 400 years of American history tells the story of a people who lost everything, but never lost what could not be taken, our God-given humanity. And a sense that we are connected to something greater than our circumstances. We have come to the life-empowering realization that we are infinitely stronger together because we have touched the sacred space of invincibility within ourselves and within each other. Having done so, we no longer see ourselves as separate, but as indivisible, as one. By seeing our social and economic interdependence and our spiritual interrelatedness, we can continue to bend that moral arc of the universe towards justice and this country towards a less imperfect union. The Congressional Black Caucus Foundation will advance the global black community irrespective of hate, ignorance, or fear that it might engender in others. We will do it with your engagement, your support, and your faith in what is possible. And we will do it with the support of our sponsors and our partners and our allies. Although the daily struggle in the halls of Congress can be real, I am strengthened by my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus. I am inspired to work alongside community-oriented leaders who are passionate, dedicated, and results-driven. The CBCF will continue to nurture our future leaders, and the CBC will continue to lead. Thank you. May God bless you, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Will the members of the Congressional Black Caucus please report backstage? Thank you.
There we go. Well, now we have the privilege of hearing from our ALC co-chairs. They have been incredibly instrumental in shaping this very substantive conference.
Yes, and I understand that Congresswoman Wilson, she went in deep with the social status of black men and boys.
That's right. And Congressman Butterfield gave a riveting history lesson on the arrival of the first enslaved Africans, and I'm hoping he'll do a little bit more of that tonight.
Yes. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm, warm welcome to the ALC co-chairs, Congressman G.K. Butterfield and Congresswoman Frederica Wilson.
Good evening. It is a joy to see all of you this evening looking so grand after days of intense discussions and non-stop action. It has been my high honor to serve as co-chair of this year's annual legislative conference, along with this beautiful lady to my right, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson of Florida. You know, I attended the very first caucus dinner 49 years ago. The venue was the ballroom of the Sheraton Park Hotel. The ticket price was $100. The keynote speaker was Ossie Davis. And his speech was, "It's not the man, but the plan. It's not the rap, but the map. And look at us now." Now, I consider myself a student of history, and so it was especially rewarding for me to help formulate our theme this year around the 400th anniversary of the first African slaves brought to North America. Beginning in 1619, 12 million African citizens were snatched from their homeland and shipped across the Atlantic in chains. 2 million did not survive the passage because of disease or suicide. Over the decades that followed, 600,000 Africans were purchased at slave auctions by Southern plantation owners. The United States Constitution became effective on March 4th, 1789, nearly 170 years following the first African arrivals. At the time of ratification, there were 700,000 Africans living in bondage in the United States of America. In 1808, Congress abolished the transatlantic slave trade, but did not abolish chattel slavery. At that moment, there were 1.2 million slaves living in the United States. By 1860, there were 4 million slaves, African descendants, living and working in America. Following the Civil War on December 6, 1865, the 13th Amendment was ratified, thus ending 246 years of slavery. Though slavery legally ended, slave codes and Jim Crow laws and disenfranchisement extended well into the 20th century, and we are still experiencing the residual effects of slavery even in 2019. Throughout our history, African Americans have demonstrated incredible strength, managing to make major contributions and find joy, find love and peace in the midst of struggle and pain. And so we have so much work that is undone. But I have faith in God, faith that together the Congressional Black Caucus and our partners will continue to make America's greatness accessible to all of our citizens. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to yield to my dear friend and this year's co-chair, the phenomenal Congresswoman from the southern part of Florida, Miami-Dade, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, to add her greetings and to give you a few highlights from this year's conference. Congresswoman Wilson.
Welcome, and thank you, Congressman Butterfield. Good evening to you all. Good evening. Abaco, Bahamas is my ancestral home, which was devastated by Hurricane Dorian 2 weeks ago. And as we speak, the Bahamas is in the path of another storm, Hurricane Umberto. The emotional and mental state is traumatizing. They are still counting the dead. Please pray for the Bahamas. Please pray for my people. Please pray for me. As you entered, you were greeted by young boys from the 5,000 Role Models of Excellence Project. They hail from Miami, Jacksonville, and Broward County, Florida. The 5,000 Role Models of Excellence Project is an in-school dropout prevention program for boys of color. It was founded by me 27 years ago, and our goal is to interrupt the school-to-prison pipeline. Pray for them too. Our ALC theme, 400 years, our legacy, our possibilities, reflects our long and difficult journey through brutal American enslavement to our rich legacy of resilience, rebuilding, and resistance. Our present task is to establish unlimited new possibilities for Black America. Our struggle for justice, equality, and equity. But we serve a mighty God who promised to equip us for victory in every battle. 400 years, our legacy, our possibilities. When I think about the theme, I am reminded that while America has been a nation for 243 years, we have been in this land for 400 years. In fact, we came before Columbus. In fact, we built the Capitol. In fact, we built this city. And every time I walk through the Capitol, I realize that I'm walking on hallowed ground. So as you socialize with the members of the Congressional Black Caucus this evening, you will notice that they're all dressed in their African regalia. Africans celebrating their rich heritage of kings and queens of the continent of Africa, where civilization was born. It has been such a labor of love to serve as co-chair of this year's conference. during a year that is especially important as both a matter of history and of present day. So, we came together, we rolled up our sleeves and dove into solution-oriented discussions on everything from education and labor, wealth creation, health and wellness, criminal justice, civic engagement, gun violence, maternal health, HBCUs, and election integrity, just to name a few. We brought together more than 10,000 attendees from all over the nation and abroad, and offered more than 100 sessions and events. One of the sessions that was near and dear to my heart was our national town hall, the social status of black men and boys. We had the privilege of inducting the exonerated Central Park 5, Yusef Salim, Corey Wise, and Raymond Santano into the 5,000 Role Models of Excellence project. Yusef told the boys, this is what Yusef told the boys. He said, when Mr. Trump took out a full-page ad to degrade the Central Park 5 and denounce their innocence, Corey said to him, it was like he put a bounty on our heads. But none of these discussions would have been possible without the entire village of stakeholders coming together to make this year's ALC a success. I'm grateful for the exemplary leadership of our CBCF chair, Congressman Cedric Richmond, and our CBCF president and CEO David Henson, and our CBC chair, Congresswoman Karen Bass. It has been a plum-pleasing pleasure to serve as co-chair with my friend, Congressman G.K. Butterfield, as well as the many sponsors, panelists, and content contributors. I thank you all for playing your part and being here for our culminating celebration, at which we will lift up our Phoenix Award honorees. But first, I have the privilege of introducing to you a phenomenal, gifted leader. She sits on the powerful House Judiciary Committee, who is considering impeachment. She chairs the subcommittee on Africa, global human rights, and international organizations. She is the founder and co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. She represents the good people of California. She is not just my colleague, she is also my classmate, and she is also my friend. Please welcome the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congressmember Karen Bass. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. This year, the 400th anniversary of the arrival of the first Africans on this continent, is a time to reflect on our history and this year's theme, our legacy, our possibilities. Last month, Speaker Nancy Pelosi led a delegation of CBC members to Ghana, and we visited 2 of the dungeons where our ancestors were held for months before taking the horrific journey known as the transatlantic slave trade. Earlier this week, the CBC held a commemoration in the halls of Congress of the 400-year anniversary. It was not a surprise that members of Congress were not aware that the entire foundation of the U.S. economy was based on slavery. Not just the South, slavery benefited the entire nation. At some point, we have to demand the truth. We have to tell the entire American story, not just the parts of our story that make us feel good. This year's theme is so appropriate: 400 years, our legacy, our possibilities. Our ancestors spent 256 years enslaved in America, and here we stand as their descendants. 55 members strong of the U.S. House of Representatives, members of the Congressional Black Caucus, 3 African Americans in top leadership, 5 powerful African Americans chairing full committees, and 22 chairing subcommittees. A former senator, a former member of the Congressional Black Caucus, became the President of the United States. He was the last honorable President of the United States. Barack Obama was a member of the Congressional Black Caucus. 2 current U.S. senators and presidential candidates, Senator Kamala Harris and Senator Cory Booker. That's right, give them a round of applause. The Congressional Black Caucus input, the Congressional Black Caucus stamp is on every major piece of legislation that is signed by a president. Our ancestors were enslaved, and we are in charge. I am honored to serve as the chair and work to lift up the work and the accomplishments of the 55 amazing members of Congress. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 55 incomparable men and women known as the Congressional Black Caucus. Representative John Lewis, Georgia's 5th Congressional District, serving Congress since 1987. Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton, District of Columbia, serving Congress since 1991. Representative Maxine Waters, California's 43rd Congressional District, serving Congress since 1991. Representative Sanford D. Bishop of Georgia, 2nd Congressional District, serving Congress since 1993. Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, Texas 30th Congressional District, serving Congress since 1993. Representative Bobby L. Rush, Illinois, 1st Congressional District, serving Congress since 1993. Representative Bobby Scott, Virginia, 3rd Congressional District, serving Congress since 1993. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, Texas, 18th Congressional District, serving Congress since 1995. Representative Danny K. Davis, Illinois, 7th Congressional District, serving Congress since 1997. Representative Gregory W. Meeks, New York, 5th Congressional District, serving Congress since 1998. Representative Barbara Lee, California, 13th Congressional District, serving Congress since 1998. Representative William Lacey Clay, Jr., Missouri, 1st Congressional District, serving Congress since 2001. Representative G.K. Butterfield, North Carolina, 1st Congressional District, serving Congress since 2004. Representative Emmanuel Cleaver II, Missouri, 5th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2005. Representative Al Green, Texas, 9th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2005. Representative Gwen Moore, Wisconsin, 4th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2005. Representative Yvette D. Clark, New York, 9th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2007. Representative Hank Johnson, Georgia, 4th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2007. Representative Andre Carson, Indiana, 7th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2007. Representative Marcia L. Fudge, Ohio, 11th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2008. Representative Karen Bass, California, 37th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2011. Representative Cedric L. Richmond Lil said, Louisiana, 2nd Congressional District, serving Congress since 2011. Representative Terry Sewell, Alabama, 7th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2011. Representative Frederica S. Wilson, Florida, 24th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2011. Representative Donald M. Payne, Jr., New Jersey, 10th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2012. Representative Joyce Beatty, Ohio, 3rd Congressional District, serving Congress since 2012. Representative Hakeem Jeffries, New York, 8th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2013. Representative Mark Veazey, Texas, 33rd Congressional District, serving Congress since 2013. Representative Robin Kelly, Illinois, 2nd Congressional District, serving Congress since 2013.
The handsome Senator Ford.
Senator Cory Booker, the handsome one, from New Jersey, serving Congress since 2013. Representative Alma Adams, North Carolina, 12th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2014. Representative Brenda Lawrence, Michigan, 14th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2015. Delegate Stacey Plaskett, Virgin Islands, serving Congress since 2015. Representative Dwight Evans, Pennsylvania, 2nd Congressional District, serving Congress since 2016. Senator Kamala Harris, California, serving Congress since 2017. Representative Anthony Brown, another handsome one, from Maryland, 4th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2017. Representative Val Butler Demings, Florida, 10th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2017. Representative Stephen Horsford, Nevada, 4th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2018. Representative Colin Allred, Texas, 32nd Congressional District, serving Congress since 2018. Representative Antonio Delgado, New York, 19th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2018. Representative Johanna Hayes, Connecticut, 5th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2018. Representative Lucy McFabb, Georgia, 6th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2018. Representative Ilhan Omar, Minnesota, 5th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2018. Representative Ayanna Presley, Massachusetts, 7th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2018. Representative Lauren Underwood, Illinois, 14th Congressional District, serving Congress since 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the members of the Congressional Black Caucus.
Good evening again. As you can see, there ain't no stopping us now. Let me take a point of personal privilege and introduce someone that everybody in this room knows because he is an icon to our nation. He is one of the founding members of the Congressional Black Caucus, Mr. Charles Rangel. He might have retired from Congress, but we're not letting him go. He's still a mentor to so many of us. Well, now I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the CBC spouses for the critical role that they play as thought partners and support systems to the members of the Congressional Black Caucus, while also supporting our young people through fundraising activities like the Celebration of Leadership in the Fine Arts and our annual Mervyn L. and Stephanie Tubbs Jones Memorial Golf and Tennis Classics. We are so grateful for the commitment and passion our spouses bring to these programs and for the selflessness and dedication they bring to the many other roles they play. Please stand, the spouses, so we can recognize you. Thank you for your contributions.
All right, didn't they look amazing?
They clean up like the Board of Health.
I've never heard that before.
You hear that before? No. That's an old down South Georgia thing.
All right, I grew up in England.
Okay, yeah. Y'all don't get that over there.
Okay.
It look like the cast of Wakanda Part 2. We just put the cameras up right now.
You're wrong for that.
Yeah.
Okay, they did look absolutely fantastic, and we need even more of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends and family, we need to keep these programs funded.
Yes, that is definitely true, because I'm sure I have some cousins who would love to be walking around Capitol Hill in their fresh suits and official badges. Hey, listen, a couple of years ago, my daughter, who's in here right now, was lucky enough to intern for the Congressional Black Caucus, and that was the greatest experience that she's had in college thus far. So can we please pass the baskets down the aisles?
Absolutely. Can we? In fact, Omar, we can make it a little bit more high-tech.
Sounds good.
So what we can do is ask folks to use their phones. You've all got a phone. You're all on the social media taking pictures. Get your phones out. We can text CBCF. You see that number up on the screens behind you? CBCF 56512. And make a donation, make a contribution right now. You really have no excuse. Do it right now.
Okay, everybody, I want everybody to, let's get high tech with this, all right? I'm pulling my phone out. I need you to pull your phones out. I need to put the phones in the air.
Put those phones up in the air.
Put your phones in the air and let me see them. Now, put them back down. Bring them to the table and text CBCF to 56512. And with your other hand, pull your credit card out and give whatever you can.
Come on now. I don't see you pulling out those credit cards. All right.
All right now.
We're going to come around and inspect.
That's right. Now we're about to go down home. We're about to get down to the dirty South. Home of the cornbread, fish, and collard greens. That real soulful experience. I've been looking forward all night.
I have been really excited about this performance all night because we have someone truly, truly special. What's your favorite song by this performer?
Charlene. I love it.
Okay.
All my life I've been Poe, and I really don't matter no more. That's that old Phil mob. That's the first song I ever heard him on. You know nothing about that, do you?
I was going to say Boy George Culture Club or something like that.
What's your favorite song by this man?
The one you just said.
Okay, there you go.
We have a Grammy Award winning singer, songwriter. He's a producer, he's an actor, he's an author. He does it all, just a bit like you.
He's a little bit better than me.
Do you sing though?
Yeah, I try to, but I don't sing like this man.
Because this man can sing, and he's also an author, which I guess is a little bit like me. Author of a book called Cornbread, Fish and Collard Greens, Inside the Music. But before we bring him on, we're setting the stage, getting that ready. But this is going to be a performance that people are not going to forget.
Listen, I saw this man at Essence Fest about 2 or 3 months ago, brought the house down. And every time I see him, he brings it. I saw him at Jazz Fest in New Orleans a few months ago. This man is awesome.
You know, the thing about this performer is he never fails to exceed expectations.
He never does.
Right?
He never does.
It never gets old. He brings a freshness to the stage every time he's on stage.
He's so good that his background singers are famous.
Can you name?
I can name the group.
Well, he's absolutely a special soul, a special entertainer, and definitely someone who is gracing the stage, and it's a real treat for the crowd here tonight.
It is a very big treat.
And we are getting the stage ready. It is going to be worth the wait. As we wait, we want to remind you once more to get your phones out, to text your contributions. We need to keep these programs funded. Want to remind you of that number. It is up on the screens behind you. Text CBCF 56512. If you want us to stop saying it, make a contribution.
I haven't seen a lot of phones out right now. I'm about to pull mine out. I'll be the first one to do it. Who's with me? There you go.
Get those phones out. We're going to keep saying it. We're going to keep reiterating it. Now more than ever, we need to strengthen our democracy. We need more folks on Capitol Hill weighing in. We need to fund these programs. 56512. We can't stress it enough. We can't say it enough times. We need your support.
Yes. Well, do you think it's about that time to bring this man onto the stage?
We're waiting, but we may need a few more minutes.
All right, a couple more.
It's great to see all the presidential hopefuls in the house, is it not?
It's amazing.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at John Lewis over there. I'm looking at John Lewis. I just remember when John Lewis came down to the Selma set. We were shooting the movie Selma, man, and he came and gave these inspirational words. And I'm from Atlanta, so he's just a king of our city.
It is a really special treat to be in the house, to see so many people out tonight, to see so much support for this annual dinner. It is truly wonderful. Many big names in the house.
Definitely.
Many people coming out to support, to show that this program matters, this evening matters.
Yes.
The Congressional Black Caucus is still a force to be reckoned with.
Yes. And I think it's about that. Is that the brother?
Jesse Jackson
Jesse
in the
Jackson
house.
is in the house. We see Jesse.
And there he is with the CBCF Foundation President, David Hinson.
Yes.
And we see Senator Elizabeth Warren also there. Lots of people in the house. We know Kamala Harris is in the house.
Definitely.
Honorable Cory Booker. It is good to have so many names. The beautiful Maxine Waters walking across the floor. She's saying, who just said my name?
And there is the queen herself, Maxine Waters.
Looking fabulous.
Looking beautiful as she always does.
So, we're just waiting for a few more moments to get this stage set. But it's good to see all of you mingling. It's good to see all of you networking and making this a truly special night.
Definitely, definitely.
Just a few more minutes to go. So this is an opportunity to take those selfies. Tag CBC, tag Phoenix Awards 2019, tag Omar, tag myself, yes?
Please do. Because my mother won't believe what I'm doing right now if somebody doesn't take a picture and tag me.
So as we see, John Lewis still standing there. Good to see the Honorable John Lewis in the house.
Yes.
Who else is here? Let's see who else our camera can pick out.
We picked out Maxine Waters.
Let's see who else I can pick out that we can give a shout out to. All right. Okay, well, the roving camera is over and we are almost ready to introduce to you, and if I can ask you all to give your full attention to the stage, please, to welcome Grammy Award winning singer, songwriter, producer, actor, author, the one and only
Anthony Hamilton.
Make him welcome, everyone. Woo.
and gentlemen, put your hands together for Anthony Hamilton.
1, 2, 3, 4.
How y'all doing this evening? Y'all having a good time tonight? It's simple. I love it. Having you near me and having you here. Our conversations outrageous. You smile, then I smile, then I say, hey, this is getting personal, personal, personal. Let's stay for a while and play. Girl, let's make this a moment. Whoa, whoa. Give you the best of me. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And having you close to me, having you close to me. Amazing, amazing, girl. Good morning, good morning. Here's breakfast. We lost track of time, Lord. We had a ball, so let's get to a movie. Then dinner, tonight's the night we'll just unwind and stay. Let's stay personal. Let's stay for a while and play such a beautiful moment. Amazing, outrageous, girl. Giving you the best of me, giving you the best of me. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And having you close to me, amazing, amazing, outrageous, girl. to have a good time and to celebrate all the work that you put into the community. How you go out and fight for us every day. We appreciate you. We're excited to be here. And may God bless every one of your efforts and see that the job is done. Because you're simply amazing. Simply amazing. Simply outrageous. Thank you. I've been seeking survival, it seems like my whole life long. And I've been working so hard and it feels like it's all gone wrong. Time I only need someone to push me, to help me through and make my way through the clouds to the sun. I gotta make do. We'll be fine again. Fine again. We'll be fine again. Oh, we'll be fine again. Fine again. See, people waiting for answers to questions no one knows. And drinking shows up and thinking, oh Lord, oh life alone. It may be past our hugs to the thugs to heal our soul. And blue collar suffering, oh Lord, heal us all. We'll be fine. We'll be fine again. See how we gonna make it through. We'll be fine again. Fine. See, we'll be fine again. See, we'll be alright. I can't wait to see the brighter picture. We'll be okay. See everybody, sunlight will shine. The sun will shine. That's the star. How many of y'all know we'll be fine? No matter what storm may come, no matter how they might try to keep us down, we'll be fine. See, I know we will. I know we can stand. You don't have to drink to sip to sleep at night. You don't have to stumble over your problems. See, everybody needs a hug. beautiful room. Some amazing people in here. How you doing, Judge? You always clean, brother. We're gonna dance a little bit before we go. We're gonna boogie a little bit. I don't know what's wrong with the sound, but we're gonna do it anyway. Can't sweat the small stuff. Yeah. Hey. 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 Listen, we don't have to worry about no money. Now have a real good time. And we don't have to leave in the morning. So hold it until night. And it don't have to get any better. It's perfect, you in my life. If you're cool, then I'm cool, then we're cool. We don't have to worry about the road sweet. We can build from love alone. And if we ain't got enough for a movie, we get a city home.
Hey, hey,
we have a little role play, baby. Whatever turns you on. If you're cool, then I'm cool, then we're cool. Hey, if you're cool, then I'm cool, then we're cool. Hey, hey,
quit your worrying, baby.
About the problem now.
Quit your worrying, girl.
You ain't never gotta worry about a thing, no.
Quit your crying, lady.
Go ahead and dry your eyes.
We can conquer the world.
See, pack a little love for the evening. See, let me hold you tight. Don't worry about the problem, believe me. Everything's gonna be alright.
It's gonna be alright.
We can shoot for the moon, watch some cartoons. Whatever makes you smile. If you're cool, then I'm cool, then we're cool. Hey, if you're cool, baby, then I'm cool, then we're cool. Hey, hey, hey.
Quit your worrying, baby.
Just forget about the problem now.
Quit your worrying, girl.
You ain't never gotta worry about a thing, no, no,
Quit your crying, lady.
Go ahead and dry your eyes.
We can conquer the world. Don't worry, girl.
Don't worry about a thing now.
Don't worry, no.
You ain't never gotta worry about a thing, baby.
We're alright.
We're alright.
Hold on.
Hold on, baby.
You better hold on. Quit your worrying, baby.
Quit your worrying.
Quit your worrying, girl.
Forget about the problems in the past.
Quit your crying, lady.
Go on and dry your eyes, baby. Hey,
We can conquer the world.
See, baby, baby, baby.
Conquer the world.
Don't forget about the problems. Yeah.
We can conquer the world.
We can do it, we can do it, baby. Yeah.
We can conquer the world.
Yeah. Thank you.
Y'all look so amazing in here. I want to take pictures.
Okay.
Hey, thank you so much for that beautiful performance. Anthony Hamilton, you are truly amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to continue. Can I please ask you to take your seats, please? There are a lot of people standing at the front of the room. It is a great opportunity to network and to meet, but right now, if we could ask you to please clear the floor and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you all look so beautiful. It is lovely to see you all, but please take your seats. All right, while you move to your seats, I want to take this moment to give a shout out to the ambassador from Ghana to the US who is here with us right now. I want to acknowledge his presence, His Excellency Bafwa Ajay Bahwa.
And we also want to take this opportunity to talk about money one more time. So please text CBCF to 56512 and make a contribution right now. Thank you.
And once more, we cannot say it enough times how much we appreciate the support you give us for the CBCF Fellowship and Intern programs. Once more, it is great to see the room buzzing, but if we could ask you to take your seats, please.
Yes, this is an important legacy, part of our legacy. Now that there's rich traditions passed down to us by our elders and ancestors, let us take a moment to remember some of the icons, champions, and trailblazers who have transitioned since we were together last year.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you one more time to please take your seats. The program cannot continue until you sit down. And until you sit down and the program ends, you cannot leave. So, can I ask you please to take your seats immediately? I know we're taking a lot of photographs. It is wonderful to see you all doing so, but please, please take your seats immediately. Or maybe I can call on the congressional leadership to clink their glasses in unison to ask people to take their seats. If you can all join in and ask everyone to please take their seats. If you are standing and you hear that clinking, it is for you. It's like a clarion call. And it is growing. If you hear that sound, it means you must be in your seats. Because you are holding the program up. I appreciate the support from the floor. Let us continue. Thank you. We're going to switch gears for a moment and have a real talk, a real conversation about an issue that cannot be ignored as we reflect on the 400-year journey of Black people in this country, the economic impact of slavery. We are fortunate to have one of the preeminent scholars on this issue, Dr. Julianne Malveaux, here with us tonight. Dr. Malveaux is an economist and commentator who's been shaping the public dialogue on issues such as race, culture, gender, and their economic impact. She's been a leading voice on economic justice and reparations, and earlier this summer, you may remember, she provided expert testimony during a congressional hearing on reparations and the path to restorative justice. We are so thankful that she's agreed to lend her expertise to this conversation. So let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, please make her feel welcome. Dr. Julianne Malveaux. This is on and everyone can hear us. Shifting gears in the program for a conversation. So now I really do ask for your attention and for the room to be a little bit quieter. So thank you. Dr. Malveaux, it is such a pleasure to have you here with us.
Well, I'm delighted to be here. I came to my first CBCF in 1978. And so I've been coming for a while. And this is great to have 55 members of Congress and just such dynamic leadership.
Yeah, it's really special to see them all up on stage. It's actually really emotional.
It actually is when you think about how few there were, 13 founders, you know, so an exponential growth in our congressional impact.
Yeah. I want to talk about something that you're an expert in. You're an expert in many things, but I want to talk about slavery, the repercussions, race relations, and just kind of where we are, kind of a temperature check on where we are right now. Thank you for the support from the floor to ask the room to quieten down. Thank you. Is the racial wealth gap the most enduring legacy of slavery in your view?
It is certainly an enduring legacy and perhaps one of the most important, but there's so many enduring legacies of enslavement in terms of every disparity that we see, from unemployment to our health disparities, differences in education. All those things are legacies. But the other legacy that we need to pay attention to is the legacy of anti-Black racism. Anti-Black racism. And it seeps into our attitudes, it seeps into the way we're treated, that a police officer can beat another police officer because that police officer is Black, that people are killed because they're Black. Trayvon Martin, Sandra Bland, we can call the roll. That is about being able to see a person as less than human. To see that person less than human, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., what you've done is you've thingified them. Turn them into a thing so that they don't have the same emotions. They don't have the same rights. They don't have a Black boy and a white boy, same kind of crime, different kind of time. We just saw Felicity whatever get sentenced to 14 days for doing something for her child, or a Black woman who enrolled her child in the wrong school district got 5 years in jail. And the only way you can have those kind of differences is if you've thingified people, made them less than.
And the signals, the rhetoric coming from the highest office of the land, the Oval Office, the language that's been used, what has that meant for race relations and for where this country is now on this issue?
Well, they clearly worsened. People are getting a signal. We can't blame this on 45, and since I don't cuss in front of this many people, I wouldn't call his name. But we can't blame everything that's happened on 45, but we can certainly say that his coarseness, that his ability to single out, such as the 4 congresswomen telling them to go back where? I mean, they're from the United States, except for one person's immigrant, and she's a citizen. So, yes, things have worsened, and in addition to them worsening, what we've also seen is a rise of white resentment. And that rise of white resentment is partially a function of the fact that we don't know our history. If we knew our history, we would understand the history of economic envy, the history of lynching. I've been doing research on lynching recently, and one of the things that's interesting to me as I've talked to people, young white people say that never happened. It's not only their ignorance, that it's not in the history books. Yeah. And so no one has ever taught these things. So you have someone who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times against the Central Park Five, not knowing anything about it, still hasn't apologized. Someone who basically has called out our first black president, asking about where he was born. And so, yeah, it's coarsened the ways that we deal with each other.
And the New York Times recently launched the 1619 Project. How important is that to expanding the understanding as you talk about things not being in the history books and things not being taught? Talk to me about the importance of a project like that, not just to African Americans, but to broader American society.
To all Americans. It's American history. Yeah. It's not black history, it's American history. And that piece, Nicole Hannah-Jones really put her foot in that. It's a really great, brilliant piece, and I would commend it to everyone to read. The piece that I especially am enamored of is a piece on the economy, of course, but it talks about predatory capitalism, and capitalism literally, enslavement, predatory nature being at the root of our nation. And so when you see that, what you see is the ways that enslavement enriched this country, that cotton, literally cotton was at the root of economic expansion. And there are many Northerners who have a sense of superiority. Oh, we didn't have slaves. Yes, y'all did. Not only were there enslaved people in the North, but there were also the connection between Southern cotton and Northern manufacturing is really the connection between our entire nation getting wealthy on the backs of black people. Now, after emancipation, there was a period of time where black people were doing very well in terms of accumulating wealth, closing the wealth gap. It went from $1 black dollar for 36 white dollars to $1 black dollar for 16 white dollars by 1910. Guess what it is now? 1 to 13. Yeah. So we're hardly better off in terms of wealth than we were in 1910.
And final question, because we must wrap. Can there ever be equality without reparations?
Reparations is important for any number of reasons. First of all, it makes us whole. The wealth gap is a function of enslavement. Reparations make us whole. But secondly, reparations is a reckoning. It's a reparatory justice. It's time for essentially our nation to come to grips with what is owed and how it must be paid. And thirdly, it's also about, we're not just talking about money. We need to talk about what happened to our psyche, what happened, how people were denied opportunities, how U.S. public policy, like the GI Bill, like the 1862 Homestead Act, they gave away billions of acres of land, but we didn't get any of it. And they took land from Native people, gave it to white people, and, you know, with us sitting at the periphery. So when we talk about reparations, it is really a reckoning with history.
I hate to do this to you, but I have only 5 seconds left. Are you hopeful for the future, the possibilities for African Americans in this country?
I am hopeful. I'll tell you why. There's the African proverb tale about a young boy who asked an elder, I've got a bird under my hat, is it dead or alive? And the elder says, it's up to you. We've seen projections that black wealth will go down to 0 by 2053. But that's only if we don't do anything. We've been forewarned. We know what time it is. We've seen, basically, we're seeing the same thing we saw in Reconstruction, going back. So what are we going to do about it? We've got an election coming up. Who's going to vote? You know, we've got opportunities for accumulation. Who's going to take advantage of them? We can make a difference, and that's why I'm hopeful.
Dr. Malveaux, such a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We will now begin presenting the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation Phoenix Awards. The Phoenix Awards are named in honor of Congressman George Henry White, who represented the interests of North Carolinians from 1897 through 1901. Representative White was the last of nearly 40 African Americans who served in Congress during Reconstruction, all of whom were removed from office through the systematic voting disenfranchisement of African Americans during the Jim Crow era. Congressman White offered these prophetic words during his departing speech on the House floor. This perhaps is the Negro's temporary farewell to American Congress. But let me say, Phoenix-like, he will rise up someday and come again.
Well, today there are 55 members of Congress who caucus to serve the interests of the African American community, the African diaspora, and the interests of Americans as a whole. The Phoenix Awards program is a joint effort of the Congressional Black Caucus and the CBC Foundation to recognize individuals who represent the highest achievements, ideals, and interests of people of African descent everywhere.
The first Phoenix Award nominee of this evening was selected by Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's board chair, Congressman Cedric Richmond. This year's award goes to my brother, my friend, and my neighbor, Calvin Mackey. Let's watch his story.
Calvin Mackey will tell you is that he is from Gerttown, Lower 9 of New Orleans, Louisiana, and he is prouder of that than all his academic accolades. He wears it like a badge of honor because it is where he comes from, and it is what has made him the man he is today. We must recognize our children as a diamond in the rough, but a diamond sure enough. In an effort to make practical application of his own life story, he established a nonprofit that became known as STEM NOLA in 2014. It would reach out to the youth in the New Orleans communities and expose them to activities, programs, and events designed to get them excited about a career path in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Touching the lives of nearly 40,000 mostly underserved kindergarten through 12th grade New Orleans students during the academic year and over the summer months, STEM NOLA created coding and technology camps that changed the lives of more than 200 children. The model was so successful that it was launched in other cities. Now there exists STEM Baton Rouge and STEM Grambling. After his 11-year academic career at Tulane University, Dr. Mackey was appointed by Louisiana Governor John Bell Edwards to the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority. He was then appointed to the Louisiana Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics Advisory Council, LA STEM, which coordinates and oversees the STEM education programs, increasing student awareness, interest, and achievement in those fields. Dr. Mackey continues his role as president and CEO of Channel Zero Group, LLC, an educational and professional development consulting company he co-founded. And through this, he continues to reach young men and women and ignite that same fire that someone did for him. His commitment is such that he passed up the Oscars with his brother, Anthony Mackey, to speak to youth in Arkansas because he told him, "You've been saved already, and I've got to get to the others." He said, "We see the end, we see the celebrity, but we don't tell them the process." He uses his life as an example of what that process looks like through perseverance and hope. The Congressional Black Caucus Foundation is proud to present the 2019 Congressional Black Caucus Board Chairs Award to Dr. Calvin Mackey for his unending passion to the youth of the next generation and his tireless effort to instill hope in others.
Congressman Cedric Richmond will present the award to Dr. Mackey.
First, I'd like to say thank you to the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation and Congressman Cedric Richmond for this honor. I'd like to say thank you to my beautiful wife, Tracy, who stood by my side with my crazy ideas when we decided to take $100,000 of our own dollars and create a community-based program to engage communities in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I'd like to say thank you to Morehouse College and Dr. Thomas. I've been born 3 times in my life, through my mother, through my creator, and through Morehouse College. When I started Morehouse College in remedial reading, nobody thought I'd be standing here today as Dr. Mackey. People, this is simple. In the 21st century, our children are only going to have 3 options. They're going to have to take something, break something, and or make something. And if we don't give them the skills and education to make something, a life and a living, they're only going to leave them with the 2 options that we see on the news every night. We live in a nation where every Saturday, this nation makes sure that black and brown boys touch a football before pre-K 4, hoping and believing and dreaming that 15, 18 years later, they'll be one of 250 that get drafted and become millionaires. We live in a nation that makes sure that every black and brown boy before the age of pre-K 4 touch a basketball, hoping and dreaming and believing that 15, 18 years later, they'll be one of 60 that get drafted and become millionaires. We live in a nation that makes sure that every boy and girl is either doing track or swimming or aquatics or tennis, hoping and believing and dreaming that one day they'll be the one that get drafted and become a millionaire. Our vision is to create a STEM ecosystem over every city, such that before the age of 4, especially every black and brown kid is exposed to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and they are dreaming that 15, 18 years later, they'll be one of the 14 million millionaires in the world, or one of the 2,750 billionaires in the world. I believe, Congressional Black Caucus, we need the nation to believe that our children can make a future for themselves, create an economy for themselves, and not one day play in the NFL, play in the NBA, but one day create a billion-dollar economy such that they can own the NFL. Thank you all, and thank you all for all that you do. STEM.
All right. And our next award will be the Harold Washington Award. It's named after Chicago's first black mayor. Pays tribute to his legacy and pays tribute to the legacies and achievements of those who impact African American experiences on a positive level. This year's award goes to the great Reverend Al Sharpton.
Being an ordained minister since the age of 9 means that one's path is set before him, and that path was given to Alfred Charles Sharpton Jr., who uses his ordination to fight for the rights of people of color. As the founder of the National Youth Movement, it was Reverend Sharpton's mission to fight drugs in the inner city and raise money for impoverished children. The movement pushed for increased voter registration, cultural awareness, and job training programs. A native of the Brownsville neighborhood in Brooklyn, Reverend Sharpton was named Youth Director for the presidential campaign for renowned Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm in 1972. And as the road manager for the legendary James Brown, Sharpton recalls Brown inspiring him by saying, "You can't set your sights on nothing little. You have to go for the whole hog." His travels with James Brown showed him that racial injustice was a nationwide problem. This revelation intensified his resolve to fight for others. This led him to serve as the director of the Ministers Division of the Rainbow Push Coalition under the Reverend Jesse Jackson. As the head of the National Action Network, Reverend Sharpton has taken the teachings of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and applied them to a modern civil rights agenda. A few of his most noted protest campaigns were in 1984, after the New York subway shooting of 4 African-American teenagers. That protest brought national attention to police brutality. Unfortunately, the list of reasons to bring people to the streets is endless. 1986 Howard Beach racial incident. 1989 Bensonhurst mobbing and attempted murder. The Crown Heights incident. The 1985 Freddy's Fashion Mart attack. 1999 shooting of Amadou Diallo. The 1999 shooting of Taisha Miller. The 2002 execution of Osame Zonga by undercover New York police detectives. The 2006 murder of Sean Bell. The 2011 support of Tanya McDonald. The choking of Eric Garner by a Staten Island police officer. And the shooting of Mike Brown. Despite history continuing to repeat itself, Reverend Al Sharpton continues to fight the fights of those who cannot fight for themselves. Through the National Action Network, he also raises national awareness of the draconian voter laws that legalize disenfranchisement of poor people and unfair practices in the justice system. At the 16th Annual National Action Network Convention, President Barack Obama said, "Change doesn't happen overnight, but it happens as long as we don't purposely give our power away. Every obstacle put in our path should remind us of the power we hold in our hands. Each time we pull that lever, fill in that oval, or touch that screen, we just need to harness that power. We've got to create a national network commitment to taking action. We can call them the National Action Network." Reverend Sharpton takes his message everywhere, from MSNBC to nationally syndicated radio and WLIB. He continues to be the megaphone for people who need a voice. In recognition of his immeasurable contributions to the political awareness of African Americans, empowerment and advancement of minorities in the electoral process, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, Incorporated, is proud to present the 2019 Harold Washington Award to the Right Reverend Al Sharpton.
Congressman G.K. Butterfield and Congresswoman Frederica Wilson will present the award to Reverend Al Sharpton.
Thank you. Let me thank the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. Let me thank the members of the Congressional Black Caucus for this honor. Let me thank all of you that share with us tonight. I started preaching as a boy preacher, as the video said. I was raised in Brooklyn by a single mother. As I became involved in watching activism in New York, she wanted me to stay in the church. So she brought me to Reverend William Jones, whose daughter's with me tonight, Jennifer Jones Austin, and Reverend Jesse Jackson. And I grew up in Operation Breadbasket and on and on. We are fighting today, though, the worst form of racism and bigotry that we've seen since the 1800s. And many are used to fighting Southern bigots. Because I was out of Brooklyn, I had to learn how to fight Northern bigots. And if you don't know what a Northern bigot is, on your way to the hotel, stop by 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Jim Crow would tell you to get in the back. James Crow Jr. Esquire would put regulations on the front and force you to the back. Jim Crow wouldn't let us vote. James Crow Esquire puts vote ID laws and changes voting sites and cancels registration. We should not sit here tonight and act like we're getting ready to have a normal election. We're having an election that they're planning to hack. They're planning to use trawlers. They're planning to use folk that look like us to suppress our vote. This is not just another election. This is where America's at the crossroads, and we must make a decision that they brought us here in 1619, and like the Israelites, we've wandered 400 years. 400 years now, we've crossed the Red Sea with Obama. It's time to go across the Jordan River to the Promised Land and stop this backbiting and infighting and jealousy and come together and win this battle once and for all. Donald Trump is a symptom. We've got to deal with the core problem, and we've got to stop this, all of our problems, with each other and deal with a common agenda. Let me warn the caucus that there is an epidemic that has broke out in certain parts of Black America called Negro amnesia, where people have forgot where they come from and forgot why we put you where you are. We didn't fight to put you in the C-suite to forget about us. We didn't fight to put you in office to give you a title. We fought thinking if we would put you somewhere, you would fight as the best of us for the rest of us. And if you are scared to fight, then sit down and shut up and let somebody that's not scared fight. It's fighting time. It's no more time for analytical dissertations. Stop impressing us with what you know, and it's time for what we do. And quit pitting the old against the young. In Africa, we went to the elders. We didn't tell the elders that was old school. I would take our older seniors that know the way better than anybody that's imposed on us by new liberals who are progressive on everything but race. We're not looking for better slave masters. We're looking to be free. So I appreciate this honor. Some of my critics say, and I look at the exonerated 5, was a Central Park 5 where we fought for. I look at the Garner family, Eric Garner's families with us tonight. They will tell you, some of my critics say, all Al Sharpton do is show up, he want publicity. Well, let me confess to the Congressional Black Caucus, that is exactly what I want. Nobody calls me to keep a secret. Eric Garner's family didn't call me and say, I want you to keep it quiet. The cops choked my son to death. They called me to tell the world what they're doing, and I'm going to keep telling the world what they're doing until we stop them from doing it. So let me thank again the caucus. Thank my daughters who've been with me, Dominique and Ashley. I thank my girlfriend and companion tonight, Ace, who stood with me through decades. They've taken the flak, and I appreciate them being here. But I want to say this. If we go and register and vote, and we turn around the voting suppression, if we build economic entities and turn these pension fund investors around, where we quit giving these money managers all white our pension funds, and they take our money and give them to white developers that gentrify our community, grandma losing her house, financing her own removal. If we go to work on our education thing, we can turn this around. And it's on us to do that. If I stepped off this stage and knocked you off your seat, that's on me. But if we come back in here next Saturday night and you still laying on the floor, that's on you. So even if you're not responsible for being down, we're responsible for getting up. It's time for us to get up, quit laying down, quit rationalizing while you're down, quit rapping about while you're down, and get up and fight back. every generation before us fought back. Frederica and Congressman Butterfield, despite the darkness of the hour, and despite the vitriol of this man in the White House who I've known him for 35 years, I still know that if we stand together and use the faith that we have in a higher power, we can win. Because what made our forefathers make it across the Atlantic and never turn back is they had something inside them. When they couldn't read and write by law, when they couldn't name their children, their strength was inside them. There's something in us. As they said earlier, 2 million died coming across the Atlantic. Well, you know what that means, Trump? That means the strongest survive. And we are the children of the strongest. And it's going to take more than a tweet to turn us around. We are the survivors. We are the strongest. We will not be denied if we get up and go to work. This week in New York, we commemorated 9/11. I remember that day like it was yesterday. When the World Trade Center buildings came down, Butterfield, people didn't know what to do. Cell phones went out. I got somehow to the House of Justice, National Action Network's headquarters, and it was jammed. People wanted to know where to go, what do we do? They couldn't reach their loved ones. And for the first time in my life since I was a little boy, I couldn't think of what to say. I went and sat in my office and I thought about it. And I thought about a story, Frederica, that an old preacher told me. He said he had to preach the early service that Sunday morning, and Saturday night he was sitting in his den reading a book. He said the more he read, the more intrigued he got. He looked at the clock, it got to 10 o'clock. He said, I can't put the book down, I need to know how this plot goes. He looked again, it was 11:30, he still couldn't put the book down, but he had to get up early to preach. He said, finally, around 12:30, he said, Al, I cheated. I turned to the end of the book to see how the story was going to end. I come tonight to tell you that before I came to this dinner tonight, I took out my Bible and I cheated. I turned to the end of the book. I don't know who's going to win the primaries. I don't know who's going to win the nomination. But I turned to the end of the book. I know how this story is going to end. The first will be last. The last will be first. The lion and the lamb will lay down together. And God will take care of his children. I've been to the end of the book.
The one, the only Reverend Al Sharpton. Let's give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, our next award is the Congressional Black Caucus Chairs Award. This award is presented each year to an individual who exhibits the highest standards of dedication, ability, and creativity. This year's CBC Chair Award goes to Dr. Wanda Austin. Take a look at her story.
Dr. Wanda M. Austin is an American businesswoman who is internationally recognized for her work in aeronautics and system engineering. She is the co-founder of Marketing Space Incorporated, a systems engineer and leadership development consultant and motivational speaker. She served as the interim president of the University of Southern California for the 2018-2019 academic year and led that institution through a critical transition period. She is the former president and CEO of the Aerospace Corporation. As its sixth president, she is the first woman and the first African American in the 57-year history of the organization. Austin served on the President's Council for Advisors on Science and Technology until January 2017. advising President Barack Obama in areas where understanding of science, technology, and innovation is key to forming effective U.S. policy. Austin is a member of the Defense Science Board, the Defense Policy Board, and the NASA Advisory Council. And she is the author of Making Space, Strategic Leadership for a Complex World. Growing up in New York City, Austin attended the Bronx High School of Science and then earned a BA in mathematics from Franklin and Marshall College, a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering and Mathematics from the University of Pittsburgh, and a PhD in Systems Engineering from the University of Southern California. Austin's professional achievements and honors include the National Intelligence Medallion for Meritorious Service, the Air Force Scroll of Achievement, the National Reconnaissance Office Gold Medal, the Goddard Aeronautics Award, the Career Communications Group Black Engineer of the Year Award. Dr. Austin is committed to inspiring the next generation to study the science, technology, engineering, and math disciplines, and to focus on careers in science and engineering, which explore the leadership principles she learned during her career as an engineer, space industry executive, daughter, wife, and mother. The CBC Chair Award is presented each year to an individual who exhibits the highest standards of dedication, ability, and creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, Incorporated, is honored to present the CBC Chair Award to Dr. Wanda Austin.
Congresswoman Karen Bass will present the award to Dr. Austin.
Good evening. It is truly an honor to be in this room with the amazing talent, capabilities, commitment, and just sheer determination. I don't know about all of you, but I've been inspired this evening, and I just want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus for their leadership, for making sure that we have this opportunity to be in the room together and to encourage each other on. I also want to thank my husband, who has been on this journey with me every step of the way. But most importantly, I want to thank everyone here for your leadership. Not only our elected officials, but all of the people who work side by side with them, all of us who work in our communities, all of us who work in our corporations to make sure that we follow up on the commitments of our ancestors, to make sure that we have equal opportunity. Servant leadership is not easy. That's one thing that I can tell you I have learned in my short experiences in both industry and in academia. And the reason it's not easy is because what we are doing is extremely important. It's not only important for African Americans, it's not only important for all of the people that our electeds represent, it's important for every human being on the planet to make sure that we all have the opportunity to achieve our potential, that we all have the opportunity to make a difference in the world. We've been talking about history today, and one thing that came to my mind is that as a young child, I knew that on voting day, my mother was going to wrap up my two sisters, and we would be at the voting precinct to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to vote. We have to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to exercise that right to vote, and that we do that. We're not doing this for ourselves. We're not doing it for our children. We're doing it for my grandchildren, because I want to make sure that they know that they can be whatever they want to be, and that no one has the right to tell them anything else. Thank you all again. Thank you, Congresswoman Bass, for your support and for your service. It's been truly an honor for me to be recognized in this way. Thank you.
And our final two Phoenix Award goes to individuals who were selected by this year's ALC co-chairs, Congressman G.K. Butterfield and Congresswoman Frederica Wilson. The first ALC co-chair goes to Congresswoman Barbara Lee. Let's watch her story.
Congresswoman Barbara Lee was born in segregated El Paso, Texas, to her beloved mother, Mildred Parrish Massey, who taught Lee to fight injustices at a very early age. Her father, Lieutenant Colonel Gavin Tutt, was a proud veteran who served in 2 world wars. Barbara attended St. Joseph's Catholic School and was taught by the Sisters of Loretta, whose educational philosophy, values, and mission is to work for justice, act for peace, because the gospel urges it. When Barbara attended San Fernando High School, she wanted to be a cheerleader. At age 15, she worked with the NAACP to help her integrate her high school cheerleading squad. She became its first black cheerleader. Success in Barbara Lee's adult life was rained from the depths of adversity. Life for Miss Lee was not always easy. Summoning an inner strength gave her the courage and persistence to make a better life for her phenomenal sons, Tony and Craig. While on public assistance, the early foundation for Barbara Lee's activism and public service was laid while a student at Mills College. There she honed her political skills as president of the Black Student Union and was a proud community worker with the Black Panthers working on survival programs. Barbara invited the legendary Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm to speak on campus, where she was inspired to join Chisholm's historic presidential campaign in 1972. After graduating from Mills College, Barbara went on to earn her master's in social welfare at the University of California at Berkeley. As a student, she founded the Community Health Alliance for Neighborhood Growth and Education, Change Incorporated, a mental health center to fill the unmet need for mental health services in the Black community, which she saw as a result of her training as a psychiatric social worker. Barbara Lee's hero and mentor, and CBCF co-founder Congressman Ron Dellums, appointed her as one of his interns during the Watergate hearings, and then as his chief of staff in 1975. She was one of the few African-American women as a senior staffer, and she used her position in public service to help other African-Americans and women find jobs on Capitol Hill. In a bold move, Barbara Lee left Congressman Dellums after 11 years and started a family business, Lee Associates. In keeping with her passion to empower others, she provided good-paying jobs to over 350 employees, making her one of the largest African-American-owned businesses in California. In the 1990s, Barbara was elected as the first African-American woman from Northern California to the California State Assembly and Senate. And in 1998, she was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. In a seminal moment after the horrific events of 9/11, Congresswoman Lee was the only member of Congress to vote against the authorization to use military force. Barbara Lee serves on the Appropriations and Budget Committees and co-chairs the Pro-Choice Caucus, nominated by Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She has served as the House of Representatives delegate to the United Nations, as well as co-chair of the Sudan and South Sudan Caucus, and co-chair of the Bipartisan Cuban Working Group. As the first African-American serving in leadership as co-chair of the Steering and Policy Committee, she empowers and inspires new members and the next generation of leaders to serve their country. In 2017, Congresswoman Lee told Netroots Nation at their conference, we have a moral obligation to stay woke, take a stand, be active, challenging injustices and racism in our communities, and fighting hatred and discrimination wherever it rises. The definition of woke is now in the Merriam-Webster Dictionary. The ALC Co-Chairs Award is presented to an individual who exemplifies servant leadership and a commitment to social justice globally. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation Incorporated is proud to present the 2019 ALC Co-Chairs Award to Nobel Prize nominee, Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
Congressman G.K. Butterfield will present the award to Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
I thank God for whom all blessings flow. Amen. I want to thank all of my colleagues, and especially my brother and friend, Congressman Butterfield, and of course our brilliant sister, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, along with our CBF chair, Cedric Richmond, as well as our phenomenal Congressional Black Caucus chair, Karen Bass. Our fearless leaders, I have to salute tonight, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, and our very own Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, and our Democratic Caucus Chair Hakeem Jeffries. These are some phenomenal leaders that I get to work with each and every day for the people. Now, all 55 members I want to just thank, because 55 members of the Congressional Black Caucus continue to be the conscience of the Congress. Thank you, my brothers and sisters, so much for staying the course. Being honored by your peers, I tell you, people who you work with day and night, it's the greatest compliment. I have to also tell the board of directors, say to the board of directors, David Henson and the staff, I want to thank them for their hard work and recognition. And also, yes, to my mentors, CBC founders, our beloved Ron Dellums, and give Ron and the unbought and unbossed Shirley Chisholm. They were my mentors whose example and guidance really showed me my path and my purpose. I stand here also because of the love and support of my family, starting with my late father, Lieutenant Colonel Garvin Tutt, and my late mother, Mildred Parrish Massey, who taught her daughters that can't does not belong in our vocabulary. It doesn't belong there. She actually told us it wasn't in the dictionary. And my sisters, Mildred, who is with me tonight, and also Beverly. My two sons, Tony and Craig, who is also with me tonight, along with 3 of my 5 grandchildren. Now this is Simone and Giselle and Jonah. Could you give them a round of applause, please? Because this is who keeps me going. And also to my staff and team lead, this award really is theirs. It is your wisdom and hard work for underserved communities that has really brought us this great honor. Last but far from least, my constituents from the wokest district in the nation, California 13, Wakanda, Oakland, California, and my Allen Temple family and Pastor Jackie Thompson. As I stand here tonight, I recall this summer, standing at the door of no return in Ghana with Speaker Pelosi and Chairwoman Bass, to commemorate the 400 years since the first enslaved Africans were brought to the shores of America, which began the inhumane institution of slavery. It was a solemn experience for me to witness this and be there at this moment in history. But I got to walk back through that door, through the door of return, something that our ancestors were denied the right to do. That moment reminded me of what our woman warrior, Sojourner Truth, told us. She said, because of them, I can now live the dream. She said, I am the seed of the free, and I know it. I intend to bear great fruit. And so, in accepting this beautiful award, I honor our ancestors most of all. For them, we must rise from that despicable, horrific past like the phoenix rises from the ashes. For them, we must wash away the vestiges of slavery, and for them, we must tell the truth. As we reflect on this generational impact of the Middle Passage, which Dr. Melville so brilliantly laid out, it is time to repair the damage from the past and keep our eyes, though, focused on the future, for there our liberation lies. That is the work that the Congressional Black Caucus does each and every single day as we give voice to the voiceless, every day. So let us continue to fight to live the dream that Sojourner Truth spoke about. Let us continue to bear great fruit in honor of our ancestors, but also let us continue to dismantle the systems of oppression and racism and build a better world based on justice and on freedom. Thank you, and may God bless you, and stay woke.
Congratulations once more to Congresswoman Barbara Lee. Now, the second ALC Co-Chair Award is going to 6 individuals. These names you should all know by now. Antron McCray, Kevin Richardson, Yusuf Salam, Raymond Santana, Corey Wise, and Ava DuVernay. Here is their story.
On April 19th, 1989, 5 young boys between the ages of 14 and 16, Kevin Richardson, Antron McCray, Yusuf Salam, Raymond Santana, and Corey Wise, were coerced and convicted of assault and rape. They maintained their innocence while serving 13 years in prison. On December 19th, 2002, they were exonerated, but not with the same fanfare or media coverage that was forced upon them at the time of their trial.
Is my mom here? It's just us. You and us. Who you were in the park with?
I don't know names. I just got lost.
Where did you see the lady?
One lady.
The female jogger was severely beaten and raped. Every black male who was in the park last night is a suspect. I need all of them.
What's going on with my son?
Your son was involved in a rape in Central Park.
What? No,
Wait a minute. Wait a second.
They saw you rape the lady.
I didn't see a lady or hit anyone.
I didn't see any lady.
Kevin.
I didn't see any lady. I want to see my son right now. Right now.
Whatever they said I did, I didn't.
I don't know.
Zoning on the road.
Nothing these boys state matches the central facts of the crime. All we need is for one to tie this whole thing together.
These tapes are not as clean as the state would have you believe.
There is injustice happening here.
There is not one shred of evidence.
Imagine the frenzy of these teenagers ripping off her
They
clothes.
are innocent of these crimes.
They are guilty.
They're doing us like this. What other way they ever do us?
I've been having these dreams. I keep hearing these footsteps. And they coming closer and closer. That's me. Coming to bring you home.
They said if I went along with it, that I could go home, and that's all I wanted.
The police will do anything. Lie on us, they will lock us up, they will kill us.
This is my life. I don't think we should admit to something that we didn't do.
Okay, we keep fighting.
In 2015, producer-director Ava DuVernay got a tweet that put her on the path that would not only create the compelling documentary 13th, but also When They See Us. DuVernay told Forbes magazine, "This is a scourge on humanity that we are all living in the midst of. There are over 2.2 million people behind bars that we just forget about." The ALC Co-Chairs Award is presented to individuals who exemplify corporate leadership and social responsibility on a national level. We stand with the Exonerated Five and honor them along with extraordinary storyteller Ava DuVernay. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation Incorporated is proud to present them with the 2019 ALC Co-Chairs Award.
Congresswoman Frederica Wilson will present the award to Dr. Yusef Salaam, Corey Wise, and Raymond Santana. They are also accepting on behalf of Antron McCray, Kevin Richardson, and Ava DuVernay, who are unable to be with us tonight.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I would like to first start by saying, may the peace and blessings of the owner of peace and blessings be upon you. I'm honored and humbled tonight to stand before you with my brothers. These are 3/5 of what became known now as the Exonerated Five. And on behalf of my brothers and fellow Exonerated Five members, I would like to thank Congresswoman Frederica Wilson and the CBCF for this auspicious honor and award. Everything that was taken to us has been restored. Everything. And as a matter of fact, our cups runneth over. This is blessings on blessings, and I want to tell you, as they say, God is good, and all the time, yes indeed. The Central Park jogger case, this case of 30 years ago, is actually a love story between God and his people. It is a story of a criminal system of injustice turned on its side to produce a miracle in modern times, of how a people can be brought low only to rise because the truth can never stay buried, of a people buried alive and forgotten. The system forgot that we were seeds. And instead of a social death, we were able to emerge like the phoenix from the ashes, because as they built the fire for us, they forgot the owner of the heat. I want to tell you that God is present at all times and makes himself known through the momentous and the subtleties. I say that because when we were all born, we were over one of 400 million options, and we made it. When our parents got together, we were the ones that were chosen to come out. And so therefore, not only are we born on purpose, but we are born with a purpose. It is such a beautiful thing to stand here before you 30 years later, knowing that we have been born brave, knowing that as we were in the belly of the beast, we were being shaped and formed and stretched and prepared for this very moment in time, to be able to affect the outcome of the criminal system of injustice by planting seeds in future generations. Never again will there ever be another so-called Central Park 5. As they said before, never again will there be another Scottsboro Boys. But when Donald Trump took out those full-page ads in New York City's newspapers, as my brother Corey King Wise properly said, it was as if he took a bounty out on our lives. Our names and phone numbers and addresses were being placed in New York City's newspapers. It was as if someone was trying to whisper to the darkest enclaves of society that they should come into our homes, drag us from our beds, and do to us what they had done to Emmett Till. And I mention him specifically because we found out that his accuser said he didn't do it. 13 years later, they found out that we didn't do it. But it was a whisper that my mother would say she wondered if the rats in New York City had heard. Juxtapose that with the tsunami of media that came out 13 years before. We weren't supposed to survive. But look at us now. We are here. We are ready. We thank you. We are honored. And God bless you.
Congratulations to all of our honorees tonight.
My heart is full.
It is.
To see that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the CBCF President and CEO, David Hinson, to send us home with one final message.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, so much for coming tonight and participating in this event. The CBC is a family, and a few of our members could not be here because of family health reasons. We ask for your prayers for Majority Whip James Clyburn, Homeland Security Chairman Benny Thompson, and DCCC Regional Political Leader Don McEachin. We look forward to staying in touch and finding additional ways for you to engage with the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. Please mark your calendars for ALC 2020, which will be held here in the nation's capital, September 15th through 20th. I look forward to seeing you. Safe travels home. God bless you, and have a good evening.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true.